Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the regular City Council meeting, May 5th, 2026. Madam City Clerk, can you please do roll call?
Here.
Councilmember DeForest.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Holiday.
Here.
Mayor Lavelle.
Here.
Let the record reflect that all members are present.
Thank you. At this time, if you can stand, please rise. And I've asked Councilwoman Warren to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation by Pastor John Hanson of Centerpoint Church.
Please remove your hat and stand if you are able. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would you join me and would you pray together? Heavenly Father, I thank you for the blessing of living in Murrieta, California. It's a great place, and we bless it together. We thank you for our community, God. I pray for our city council leaders. Lord, you'd keep on giving them wisdom and grace for the task at hand. And Lord, where they need to mediate negotiations and figure out the best way forward that is good for everyone, help them, God, to find the grace to do that. Lord, we pray for the safety that our community members, we all need. God, that your hand would be on us to protect us. God, we pray even as we enter into another political season, you'd help us to have grace for each other, to be able to see the good in one another, even if we see different perspectives. And God, we pray for moms this coming weekend in our community to feel blessed and recognized for the goodness they bring. And God, we pray for our fire department, our police department. Thank you, God. They give their best. They show up with courage and strength. And in moments like last week at Thompson Middle School, they just show up ready to do what needs to be done. God, thank you that we live in a community that has such great first responders, and we pray your blessing over them. And God, we pray for economic blessing in our city. We pray, God, for more and more jobs to open up here so less of our family members will have to drive all the way to LA or San Diego. God, we pray that you would give each one of us the blessing of your peace and knowing ourselves to be loved by you. God, thank you for the city of Murrieta, California. It's a blessing to live here. And I pray this personally in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Seeing none.
I'd like to call for a motion and a second for the approval. Is it working? There we go. I have a motion by Councilwoman DeForest and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Holiday. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to our city manager update, the city manager update. Mr. Clifton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I have a handful of updates for you this afternoon. First, we're celebrating a couple of our professional teams, and they have a week out of the calendar year where we get to give them some special praise and recognition. The first of those is Building Safety Week. And so on this week, we recognize our building and safety team. Oftentimes, they're not the best friends of people who are reminded that, there are some pretty specific rules when it comes to building in our community, but they do a lot of work to make sure that we have confidence when we buy structures, whether they be brand new or used, when we hire people to do work, that work will be done appropriately. And I have personally seen in the course of my career where those kinds of rules and inspections really do lead to life safety, as in life and death kinds of situations. So they process more than 10,000 inspections, just to give some context for the volume of work that they do. They're working really hard to be more and more responsive to our development community, to be as quick as they can in reviewing permits and conducting those inspections. We have a hardworking team, and so we're grateful for them every day, but on this week, we take a little bit of special time to recognize the contributions that they make to our community. Similarly, this week we're also celebrating annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week. So the clerks are also some of our team members that maybe the public doesn't always see the impact of their work. They not only help us with our council meetings, which is where most of the audience members probably see them, but they help facilitate many of the other decision-making and advisory groups that we have here at the city. They also help conduct our elections, and they are the central repository for all of the records. So they really hold the keys to the history of this community and a lot of the things that have happened over our many decades. So again, grateful to them for the work that they do every single day, but on this week we have a little extra special appreciation for the impact that they have on our community and our organization. Next up, speaking of the clerks and elections, I want to remind our community members that June 2nd, we do have a primary election, so you'll see some dates on the slide in front of you up on the screen where things like vote by mail begin. So we are a drop-off for vote by mail here at City Hall. So, and I think we're going to be doing some new things this year to facilitate that, especially on Election Day, which is going to be pretty neat. So if you'd like to vote in person, please visit Fire Station number 4 beginning Saturday, May 23rd, and the Murrieta Innovation Center Saturday, May 30th. Any questions you have about drop-off locations, ballots, or anything at all that has to do with the election, please reach out and talk to one of our city clerks. Next up, actually last week, April 30th, we celebrated the opening of the Alderwood pickleball courts. I see we have a paddle or a racket here. Awesome. So another way for people to recreate here in the community. I know pickleball's been a craze for a long time, so I'm glad to see that we're getting some additional courts for people to play on. And then really hot off the presses, just this morning we had an event to recognize, it was a key exchange. So one of our retired police vehicles was donated to the school district so that they have some kind of real life props for their students that are invested in criminal justice and similar types of programs. It was really neat to hear our police chief talk about how when he was coming up through the ranks or before joining the force, he didn't have that kind of experience at the high school level where you could really start to get a feel for what it might be like to have a career in law enforcement. So it's our pleasure in honoring the partnership that we have with the school district to be able to donate a vehicle that we no longer have in service so that they're not just kind of immersed in the theory, but get some real hands-on learning opportunities and insight into what it's like to be a cop. We got to take some photos with some of the students in the car turning the siren on, and it was a lot of fun. So with those updates, I'd like to turn it over to our Public Information Officer, Hilder Sam, who's going to talk to us a little bit about things going on in Murrieta.
There it is. Do you have a clicker? So we're going to cover some of the upcoming events. We have the Memorial Day ceremony, observing Memorial Day on May 25th here at Town Square Park. Then on June 20th, we're doing the annual Father's Day car show. It's the 55th one this year, so that's very exciting. That one is at California Oaks Sports Park. Also at Cal Oaks will be our 35th annual birthday bash on June 27th, which we're all very excited for. It'll have a little 90s theme with a 90s headliner band, so that'll be a lot of fun. Also, during the summer, we'll have concerts in the park all summer, July and August. So make sure that you check out which bands you want to see. And please stay connected with us. We have an e-newsletter that goes out every month. We have our magazine that is online and also available as physical copies. And we would love to connect with you on socials as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Clifton. At this time, we're going to move on to governing body and commission reports. This is the time that you get to see what we've been doing for the past 2 weeks and the committees we sit on and the things we go to. We're going to start with, do you have stuff? Okay. We're going to start with Councilwoman Warren.
And it's on its way. No problem. Thank you very much. Okay. No pressure. Why do I have two? Okay. All right, we'll start off with governing body reports. I attended the Southwest Elite Leaders Collaborative meeting, attended TNOW meeting, Riverside RCTC Budget Implementation Committee meeting, and the Riverside RTA meeting, a pre-trip meeting this morning. I'll be headed out to Washington, D.C. next week to represent RTA and as the first vice chair of that commission. Then on my governing body announcements, I went to a ribbon cutting for Learn Now, Laugh Later. It was really great. Student of the Month Appreciation Luncheon that Sally Myers puts on for our Student of the Month program, which was really wonderful. Council Member Stone was there with me. She and I also attended the National Crimes Victims' Rights Week Vigil. That is a very sombering event, and it's something that I'm very proud of our District Attorney's Office for all they do to help victims of violent crimes and to get justice for their families. And so it was an honor to be there and read names. The Knowles Community, the Ladies Society Luncheon is always fun. Our police department was there with our K-9 units, and that was very, very cool. Well, the ladies just could not believe the commands that the dogs listen to and how they act, so that was very cool. Another fabulous medical leaders luncheon was attended by Councilmember Holliday, Councilmember Stone, and myself. A board meeting, I was able to give out certificates to our Purple Star Schools recognition, and those are our schools in the district that help our military families adjust and get acclimated in classes, and when they get moved around a lot, they have a lot of resources for them, and it's a wonderful program for our military students. I did a filming for Buchanan Elementary School that'll be coming out soon. I also attended the 15th anniversary for Loma Linda University Medical Center, Murrieta campus, and congratulations to John and your staff. It was a wonderful celebration. I also attended the LEAC, which is the Law Enforcement Appreciation and Recognition Ceremony, and two of our best, we have lots of best, but Aaron Hardwick was given a Lifetime Achievement Award, and for investigative excellence with Anthony Nunez, which was exciting to see Murrieta get recognized. And I do believe Murrieta did were they not the honor guards that night? So Murrieta PD was also the honor guards that night, so that was fun. Pickleball you heard about, and I do believe somebody won a chance to play against the mayor and what? I'm sorry, win? They were gonna win. I sure heard win. Several of us went to the Murrieta Elementary School Career Day last Friday, and that was a hoot. Lots of fun kids, lots of questions, and they love Plinko. So the game that we play there, they love Plinko, so that was really super fun. If you need to reach me, please reach me on my email or my phone number, and that concludes my reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Warren. Councilwoman DeForest.
Thank you, Mayor. I was hoping we could queue up a video. I attended the Southwest Riverside Higher Education Coalition. I'd like to give it a little update about what's going on. MSJC has moved forward with architectural drawings and architectural plans so we could actually see what the building could look like. I'll talk through the video if I could, so I don't take up too much time. So here's the Temecula campus. One thing we wanted to show here is the specific entrance for the University Center. Won't be going through the MSJC entrance, but its own entrance. Coming into the foyer area, this is where we'll have a reception for various different schools that are there. For example, it could be Cal State San Marcos, it could be USC, it could be UCLA, Cal Baptist. And then moving up the stairs. This area here is going to be an opportunity for the community because this is going to be 35,000 square foot of open area for the community to use. It'll hold approximately 1,500 people. This is going to be a game changer because we have nothing in Murrieta or only with Pechanga being able to hold this many people. So a lot of community, a lot of cities have already come forward interested in this area. So this is how MSJC is really trying to reach out to the community to make it a community gathering space. Now moving up to the 4th floor, this will be all classrooms, 35,000 square foot of all classrooms and educational offerings. That can be moved around to whatever is needed for whatever university comes into the building. Going up to the 5th floor, this will be where all the science labs are. That allows fuming through the roof, as well as a few lecture halls. But the nice thing about the 5th floor, it also has this really cool space that will allow you to go out onto a patio area, which overlooks the entire valley. This could be a gathering space for community, or I always thought it would be a kind of a cool rooftop restaurant. Isn't it cool? So thank you so much for letting me show you that. Very exciting. Also, the Southwest Riverside Higher Education Coalition has moved on to the 2nd phase of funding. So we're excited to see what that looks like moving forward with funding for the University Center. Also, at the meeting, the lobbyist for MSJC attended as well. So just to be quick, I don't want to take up too much time, but governing body announcements will be here. If you'd like to read through them, you can, but most importantly, if you'd like to get a hold of me, you can reach me either by email at lsdeforest@murrietaca.gov, or you can call me at my call or text me, text for a faster response, and my cell phone is listed there as well. So thank you so much. Exciting stuff going on with the University Center and with our whole entire city. And I thank my colleagues for holding a paddle for me and bringing me a paddle and putting it on my desk. I couldn't attend, but I heard you guys were quite dynamic on the court. So I appreciate that.
I think we signed one for you.
Oh, did
Yeah.
you? Yes.
You might want to hold on to that one.
I
day.
got this one, so you'll have to sign it after. Thanks,
Thank you
Mayor.
very much. Moving on to Councilwoman Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yesterday, I attended the Western Regional Council of Governments, WRCOG, which I represent the city of Murrieta. And our General Assembly will happen June 18th at Pechanga. Tony Hawk is our keynote speaker, so it should be a great evening. I nominated Rotary for a nonprofit community, community what? Remind me. Thank you, community service. And Rotary won, and they will be acknowledged with a beautiful award that evening. Yesterday's meeting was very interesting. They had talked about the Inland Empire, but specifically Southwest Riverside County, will see the largest increase in energy consumption, 30 to 35%. This is due to growth and the intensity of extreme heat. So be aware, the utility are raising their cost of usage, so that will affect your pocketbook. In addition, I had a conversation with our Assistant City Manager, Kristen Crane, and this is really for Javier. Is Javier here by any chance? Hello, Javier. This is a little tidbit for you that our grant from Cal Cycle for SB 1383 has a sunset for this year, and so we'll have to do a line item of what that will cost the city moving forward. In addition, AB 2307, you've heard me speak about the Southwest Elective Collaborative, how we've been meeting for the last 2 years on how to address traffic congestion within the region. Thank God Kate Sanchez, our assembly member, has carried AB 2307, which will force Caltrans to be at the table with all of us so we can conduct a study on how to mitigate traffic congestion. And we anticipate a minimum of a 15-minute savings when we synchronize our lights. But we had to go through legislation in order to force Caltrans, who has control over our intersections adjacent to our freeways. It passed through the Transportation Committee, and today it was on the consent calendar for the appropriations. And my understanding is that that consent calendar was approved, and now it goes to the Senate. So your council is working diligently to address traffic congestion as best as we possibly can. We are residents as well. Remember that. We're frustrated like all of you are, and we're doing our due diligence here and trying to do everything we can to work with the state of California to mitigate some of these issues. Today, I had a conversation with several residents about, it was kind of interesting. They were like, what can we do for you? Usually it's, the residents want to know what we're doing for them. And especially with some of the concerns of high density, affordable housing, traffic congestion, public safety, even though we have ownership of our public safety. And this is what I had shared with them. June 2nd. June 2nd is how you can help us, help you by voting. Only 20% of the population in California voted on the special election of Prop 50, only 20%. So if you want to help us help you, we need you to vote on June 2nd. So that concludes my report. Oh, and Madam City Clerk, if you can show my meetings, if you have any questions about any of the events that I attended or questions about my governing body announcement, you can contact me at lstone@murrietaca.gov. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Moving on to Mayor Pro Tem Holliday, who just want to say publicly thank you for filling in last week or 2 weeks ago. I was looking on the news to see if the city was burning down, and it was not, so you did great.
No, I instructed everybody to have their seat backs and tray tables in a full upright position so we could take off, and then everybody cooperated, so it went well. I was happy to fill in. I attended Regional Conservation Authority yesterday. In the normal session, there wasn't much to report out, but in closed session, and it was reported out after closed session, we purchased another 170 acres out east of Awanga to kind of fill in the reserve a little bit more, so that the process is ongoing. It's been ongoing for 20 years and still trying to reach that target of 500,000 acres. And it was actually relatively affordable at $5,000 an acre, so unlike some of them. And as I went to all the other things that my colleagues reported, a couple that haven't been reported out, which will leave nothing for the mayor, is the Medical Leaders Luncheon. I had a couple colleagues there. Were you there? You were there, yeah. So I had 2 colleagues with me at that, and they actually had a record. Too bad our deputy city manager, Scott Agajanian's not here, because he had over 130 people attend that, and that used to be like in the 40s or 50s. It was trying to get up to 100. Now it's just, we need the venue that you just talked about so we can hold that. And it's just a great networking place if you're in the healthcare industry at all, in anywhere. It's the place to be because there's a lot of networking done there. And the other one was the Murrieta Elementary School Career Fair that four of us were able to attend. Councilmember DeForest has a stricter schedule than the rest of us, and we understand why. She don't want to have to tell patients, sorry, I got to run out, just sit tight. But it was a great time. The kids were great. Councilmember Warren did a great question and answer with them, that trying to figure out where City Hall was from Murrieta Elementary. Half of them didn't know, what do we do for a living? They don't know.
But they all knew where the library was.
But they did know where the library was. So it was a great time. The kids are always great. I really enjoy those career fairs and try to make it whenever I can. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. For my update, as usual, if I was in the pictures you saw, that's where I was at, because I've already forgotten about it if it was yesterday. So I had the privilege of going on a medical mission to Belize with my hospital and some surgeons and some doctors when Mr. Holliday filled in. Had a great time. It really gives you perspective of how awesome Murrieta is when you visit other countries, especially countries that don't have simple things like doctors to go see. Even if it takes weeks to get in, at least there's somebody there. So it really does set in perspective, the type of, we complain here, and then to see that there isn't any doctors at all, or clinics, or the hospital we were at, some of it had dirt floors. So it was, in seeing our community physicians that don't just work at Loma Linda, they serve all hospitals in this area. What they were able to do in the spaces they were in, we did hernia repairs, we did some cardiac echoes, we did a lot of dental help, we brought an ophthalmologist with us. Without all the specialty tools, we brought a pulmonologist with us who almost did I forget the procedure, but it was a little too risky. But it was amazing to see the skill level they had minus the scenario and the environment they're typically in. So just gave great perspective on how awesome this place really is. And I think that's it for me. I'm glad to be back. I'm still sunburned, but it's a little humid there compared to Murrieta. So my hair did not cooperate. Anyway, that's all I have. I had no governing body reports or committees I sat on when I was gone or when I got back. So maybe some next time. And that's all. Thank you all. Moving on to public comments, non-agenda public comments. Madam City Clerk, is there anyone in the queue?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Dora Ridgway.
Hello, council members and mayor. My name is Dora Ridgway. I'm a former student of and a now current choir teacher of the Murrieta Valley Unified School District. My following speech does not represent the opinions or words of the school district. I'm speaking on my personal experiences as a community member and how it relates to my job and my work that I do. I'm involved in many of the amazing programs across the city that directly affect students and their involvement in the arts. One of the most important things for me and the many projects that I work on for our students is the ability to travel across town in a safe, efficient manner. As a member of the French Valley community, I hear from many school families and neighbors who find it difficult and time-consuming to travel from the French Valley areas of Murrieta to the other parts of Murrieta. Typically, I work during the day at Dorothy McElhaney Middle School, support local high school musical rehearsals at Murrieta Valley High School and Murrieta Mesa High School, and evening rehearsals at Alta Murrieta Elementary School, running the district elementary choir. A crucial part, crucial part of getting across town, especially with all the school traffic from Vista Murrieta High School, clogging the Clinton Keith Extension and Whitewood Road, is the short Menifee Road that attaches Clinton Keith to Los Alamos Road. This route allows me to arrive on time at all the previously mentioned destinations. Due to all the new businesses and school traffic from the largest high school in the district, the Menifee Road shortcut is critical to avoiding the highly congested sections of Clinton Keith. However, Menifee Road is a short 0.1 mile unpaved road and can often be wily. Many times there are large dips or uneven surfaces in the gravelly dirt that cause major slowdowns, sudden braking, tire hazards, potential damage or loss of control for cars not suited to off-roading. I took it to get here tonight. Two cars were swerving out of the way of these large dips. After it rains, there are large holes in the road that recently neighbors have seemed to try to fill with hardware store pothole kits, which further crumble and add to the hazards. Both attached streets, Los Alamos and Clinton Keith, have started to chip away at their edges due to the use of Menifee Road, and the whole road seems to have sunk due to the use and loss of dirt, making it very difficult to see when you're turning onto Los Alamos Road, especially at night. There's not very many lights out there. City Council, I ask that a motion be made to pave this road or that it be put on a future agenda. I checked the most current capital improvement plan that I could find on the Murrieta website, and I did not see any plans for this. I also only saw the 24-25 plan, so I don't know if I'm missing the most current one. I also tried to call Municipal Services Office, but was not able to connect with anybody there. Please help maintain the safety of your constituents and improve travel from one side of the city to the other, and consider this request or share it with the community when a plan is in place. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Hitch is here. Someone's going to give you an idea, Mr. Jeff Hitch there, on when that is slated currently to be paved.
Thank you.
In the foyer, please. Yes, thank you.
Bill Stranowski.
Good afternoon, everyone. Phil Strankowski. I live in the colony here in Murrieta. I moved here 2 years ago, and I was here 2 years ago talking about the same issue, and I'm back. And that's the noise pollution caused by modified exhaust that the police department is not writing citations on. Well, they are. So back in 2024, when I was first here, I did a FOIA request, found out that in 2023, there were 10 to 12 citations issued for modified exhaust. Had a phone call with Chief Conrad, a couple emails, basically nothing happened. So here I am 2 years later, and I did another FOIA request, and the numbers have dropped even lower. In 2025, 8 citations for modified exhaust. And modified exhaust is noise pollution. And who says so? The World Health Organization, the American Heart Association, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the American Public Health Association, all state that traffic and vehicle noise is a serious health hazard that causes sleep disruption, chronic stress, elevated blood pressure, and increase of heart disease, especially the streets surrounding the colony, which have 55 plus people in them. So I'm respectfully asking the city council and the city manager to address our new chief and instruct that chief or have a discussion with that chief about increasing the number of citations in our city. I pulled into the parking lot and I saw one of these gentlemen's patrol car out there, and I'd never been that close to a patrol car, but I noticed partners with our community. And I thought, yeah, okay, this is probably a good way of helping our community, especially around the colony. So, yeah, 10 to 12 issues in 2023, and in 2025 it goes down to 8. And I'm looking, a little side note, I'm looking at what appear to be citation numbers, and the sequence of the citations tell me that they are being written from the same citation book, meaning that out of 8 citations, they're only being written by maybe 3-4 officers. Of the 24 hours of patrol that we have, 365 days a week, and I'm hearing this stuff late at night, especially on Friday and Saturday nights. Wakes me up in the morning, 6:30, good time to get up anyways, but I hear them. And when we're playing pickleball in the community, at the colony, we comment about the racetrack. Anyways, I'm going to be sending an email to the councilwoman, because you represent my district, and the city manager and the chief of police later on tonight, asking about what your plans are to deal with this, because I want to take your answers. And at our next HOA board meeting, I want to read to them what your responses are in this problem.
Well, thank you for your comments. That sounds exhausting.
Thank you.
Can I have the police chief? He actually might talk to you in the foyer as well. Just like 2 years ago? Well, it's a different chief.
It's a different one.
Yeah.
Okay.
if you want. Thank you.
Herman Gray.
Y'all excuse me. Well, I'm your old man. I've been wanting to get you for a long time. I explained it, yeah, I'll explain to you why. Why do I go? Here to come help me here. Right here. Good evening, everybody. My name is Herman Gray. I'm 100 years old. I came to Murrieta 1949. I helped build this city. There was no city here. It used to be Beckman Coat, where we used to go to. I know a lot of you guys don't know who I am. I was shot 3 times in the head. I poured acid on me. I lost my right eye. And the reason I'm here for y'all to check your heart for me. I used to own 3.5 acres of land on Washington Avenue across from the high school there. And I brought this to show proof because the police, when our report broke in, stole it, never made a report. And I brought this just in case you want proof, see? You don't have to look at it if you don't want to, but I just brought it just in case. Magnolia and Washington used to call it Washington Square. I was the developing that. I got pictures. They stole $2.5 million from me, my property, and I've been fighting it for a long time. And I just come here today for y'all to check your heart and look into it and check me to see if I'm lying or what. I got the proof for it. My father-in-law was a sheriff department, wasn't a police here. I voted for the police. I voted for the city changing. I voted for the fire department. I did a lot of work here on Jefferson going to make it used to be a flood area. Bear Creek coming across on, it used to be a flood area. I filled that in. Me and my partner, I had a truck. I put in a drain system on both ends. So I just came here to ask you guys to search your heart and to help me. I don't want to cry. I don't cry enough. I did a lot here in Murrieta because I was 23 years old when I came here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate your time and your comments. Did you leave any materials that you referenced, I think? Okay, if you could leave those with the city clerk, I'll be sure to have those looked at. Thank you both.
Amy Edgeworth.
You're okay. Just for reference, we're going to make copies of the materials you left, and then you're free to go after they get what they need. Okay.
That briefcase, you got a clip in there.
Good.
You got a folder
Yeah.
of the project that I was developing.
We have it in the bag. They're taking it back now, sir. Thank you. Mrs. Edgeworth.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Amy Edgeworth, founder and CEO of the Pearl Center for Creative Arts and chief engineer of the Murrieta Train Project. And I'm happy to be back here this evening, slightly more energized and caffeinated. Thank you to coffee from a very kind friend, which honestly feels like the perfect reflection of this community. We really do show up for each other in moments where we need it most, and that spirit carries everything that we're building. And that's why I wanted to share tonight that we recently launched our very first Pearl Artist Spotlight Series, centered around a local artist that many of you may recognize from the Murrieta Market Nights, Rebecca Flores. I've known Rebecca for the past 4 years, and what stands out the most isn't just her talent, it's her willingness to share it. And she has this way of making art feel approachable, where people don't feel intimidated, they feel invited. And because of that, people are always asking if she would teach her pyrography and wood burning. So we partnered together to create a hands-on workshop. And this is my favorite part. She thought she was just coming to teach. She had no idea that the evening was also a bit of a setup, because we actually wanted to honor her. So with only a quick friendly warning, we surprised Rebecca with our very first Spotlight Artist Award, recognizing not just her talent, but the way she has been a standout artist and an important member of our local arts community. And yes, we did trick her just a little bit, but it was for very good reason. The workshop event was full, the energy was incredible, and it became something more than just a talk and teach kind of event. One of the most meaningful moments for me was hearing from a participant who shared that the scent of the wood burning brought back memories of her grandfather. And it doesn't just end there. We're continuing forward with Pearl Studio Sessions, giving more opportunities for the community to attend workshops with Rebecca. And we're also continuing our Spotlight Series events with our upcoming Pearls Author Spotlight Series, featuring historical fiction author Kate Ange, whose work is rooted in her own family history and her family's story of late 1800s Texas, very much from the same era that Pearl lived. It's one of the stories where you realize just how resilient our ancestors can be. So even with the Murrieta Train Project continuing to move forward behind the scenes, and yes, it is moving, we're not just waiting for its arrival to begin creating impact. We're already doing that by uplifting local artists, sharing stories, and creating spaces where people feel connected. One event, one artist, and one story at a time. Thank you.
That concludes public comments.
Okay. Before we move on, just wanted to recognize, I think we have high schoolers in the audience. If you guys raise your hand, just want to know who you are. There you go. Wow. You guys all came here voluntarily. That's great. Anyway. I know, I'm kidding. Let me think it's cool. They think I'm cool. Anyway, thanks for being here. Hope you guys are taking good notes. Moving on to the consent calendar. Madam City Clerk, are there any requests for City Council to pull items from the consent calendar?
Seeing none.
Thank you.
No, wait.
I'm going to ask now if any of our council members would like to recuse themselves from many of these items, starting with Councilwoman Warren.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Item number 7, I'm recusing myself from item number 7, Zone N, only due to owning property within the zone. Also on item number 8, I'm recusing myself from item number 8 on LLD 11, only due to owning property within the district.
Thank you. Councilwoman DeForest.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 7, I'm recusing myself from item number 7, Zone G, only due to owning property within the zone.
And Councilwoman Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am recusing myself from item 7, Zone A, due to owning property within the zone.
And Mayor Pro Tem Holliday.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm recusing myself from item number 7, Zone F only, due to owning property within the zone.
Thank you. And I am recusing myself from item number 7, F and G, due to owning property. And number 8, recusing myself from number 8, for also owning property in that zone as well. Zone 15, Lighting Landscape District 15 on item 8. I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the consent calendar. I have a motion from Councilwoman DeForest and a second from Mayor Pro Tem Holliday. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously 5-0 with the recusals as noted. And for the record, I would like to state that the council members did pull straws to vote on Zone G for item number 7.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have our only discussion item, Mr. Chantaransu. What do you have?
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. The item that I have for you this evening is an approval of an amended MOU with Murrieta Market Nights, Inc., involving a request for a 150-foot event expansion area. The request involves 4 recommendations from staff. The first is to approve the First Amendment, excuse me, which would allow Market Nights to continue operating through November of 2028. The second recommendation is to authorize the city manager to sign the First Amendment. Also, there's a request to amend the fiscal year 25-26 budget in the amount of $133,917, and that is for the next recommendation, which is to approve the purchase of 8 new barriers, essentially for traffic and pedestrian control, as well as a trailer. Market Nights, we have seen that it is carrying significant community and economic benefits for the community. There's an increased foot traffic and exposure for the downtown area, and there's also, it's creating opportunities for small businesses and emerging entrepreneurs, such as some of the local artists that we just heard about. So there's a clear synergy between Market Nights and the downtown specific plan, which was enacted in 2017. And that with the goal of creating a vibrant and bustling cultural center, and it serves as a place of great community pride for current and future generations. So the impact of Market Nights, based on the last time that we gathered data, cell phone data, on trying to understand the number of people that were attending these events, we were able to determine that we had an average of 7,000 people attending each market night. Of course, it varies depending on the weather. And that, excuse me, that we were seeing over 150,000 visitors annually over 22 events to the downtown market nights. And you can see some of the imagery from events that we captured. And downtown businesses have noticed an increase in activity during market night events. And as we tried to convert this, the city expenditures into like a customer capture that a private business might spend, we determined that city costs, which are about $200,000 over the course of a year, that it equates to about $1.43 for customer capture versus private businesses, which might pay $10 to $50 per customer. So a great return for the city's investment on the event. So in terms of the expansion request, Murrieta Market Nights is requesting 150-foot expansion. I have a slide that'll show you the area. It'll require the closure of C Street and expand a quarter block south of C Street, which is the reason for the additional traffic barricades. So the expansion is going to allow additional vendor capacity, improved pedestrian flow, enhanced public safety spacing, and greater activation for the downtown area. And so you can see the diagram of the expansion area in orange, with the green area representing the existing market night area. I would note that prior to bringing this forward for your consideration, we did conduct a number of outreach activities. So in March, we had an open house where about 50 people attended, where we solicited feedback on the market night expansion, as well as some other things in the downtown that we're working on. We did provide over 300 mailed notices to people who are within operating businesses or maybe living on Washington Avenue. And then also the economic development staff walked Washington Avenue, handing out our event postcards, encouraging people to attend. So we had a lot of outreach for market night expansion consideration. And then just to drill down a little bit on the open house, we had 46 completed surveys. 40 of those surveys were in favor of supporting the market night expansion. And then one significant amendment to the MOU over the course of the operation of the event for the past few years. We've been hearing a lot of feedback from merchants asking for the ability to have space in the market night area. So this particular amendment provides what we're calling a first right of refusal if merchants want to participate in market night for that particular week. They need to notify the market night staff, and market night staff will make sure that their space in front of their business will be reserved for those merchants. So the fiscal impact, there's no estimated additional cost from what you've seen in the staff report. Obviously, there's the additional cost for the traffic barricades. I note that those barricades would be used for other community-wide events as well, so it's not specific to Murrieta Market Night. And so with that, I am happy to answer any questions you might have. And Casey Gerardo and Connie McConnell are also in the audience and be able to answer any questions you might have about Market Night. So thank you.
Thank you, David. First one up is Mr. Holliday.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report. Well done. Why 150 feet?
So that was based on the operator's request. I think there's room for additional expansion, but part of that discussion also included, I think, the number of vendors that they were getting requests from, and then there was also a consideration for traffic circulation as well. So the end of the expansion area would facilitate a turnaround area, if you will, if people, coming from the south side of the street, if they needed to turn around for some reason, there's a couple of driveways there that would allow that access.
Yeah, because it stops in the middle of the block.
Right.
I know from personal experience when I attend the market nights that a lot of people walk from the end of where it currently ends today and they go all the way down to Chapel Coffee and then turn around and come back. Wouldn't that be a better ending place?
So let me scroll back to the map here. So you can't see it on the map, but Chapel Coffee is just to the right of where that driveway is on the bottom half next to the potential expansion label. So Chapel Coffee is like right next door.
So it's right next door to the end.
Correct.
Is that the end?
Okay. Yeah, I see it says Lily Kelly Ministries right there.
Right.
What's the next street down? Does that go all the way to Washington before there's another side street?
I can look.
Sorry.
Yes, it is.
Councilmember Stone confirms my suspicions.
Yeah, Ivy.
That's all the questions I have for the moment.
Thank you. I'll jump in here real quick. Just the barriers. If I've had a few conversations with, I forget even who it was. They're hard to move. They're expensive. They seem like overkill. I'm just going to say this. Would it be possible to park a big vehicle in that blockage area, say a fire truck or RV or something, rather than having more of these? Or I guess, is there a standard to have these? Like, why does it seem so?
Why such a high bar, maybe?
Yeah.
So I can tell you, just from my experience, when the event originally started back in 2020, there was discussion about the type of traffic barrier that would be required that would meet our risk standards. And so at the time, there were a couple of events where you had a driver that got confused and kind of, I think there was an event in Santa Monica. I know there was another one, but I can't remember the event. But anyway, I think at the time, given kind of the environment, the barriers that we're requesting were the barriers that met our risk needs.
I guess I'll pose this question to city manager as well. Like, have we explored anything less cumbersome maybe that could check that box?
So I think that's always a judgment call, but when we deal with risks that are fairly low frequency but could have significantly high impact, we tend to err on the side of caution. So admittedly, they are cumbersome, but as David mentioned, there were a handful of incidents of vehicles entering pedestrian areas where people got hurt or worse. And so while that doesn't happen often, I think the concern became, how do we make sure something like that doesn't happen in our city? And the way to do that is just to have kind of some overkill weight in the scenario, where if somebody was either confused or, God forbid, maliciously wanted to do something, that would create a barrier that would prevent something like that from happening. So we could always look into it, but admittedly, they don't happen very often, but we want to make sure in that very rare instance that we're still protecting our residents. So we could look to see if there's something that might be a little more mobile, but that still kind of meets that threshold. But this is one we have confidence in and one we've been using, so we thought that was appropriate.
Piggyback on that question?
Yeah.
Where are the barriers currently located?
So they are currently located where Market Night ends, which is at B Street.
On Washington.
On Washington, yeah.
Okay. And, but just on Washington, they're not currently on Juniper or B Street?
I don't know the specific traffic control layout. Is
Who would
one of
know
my
that?
engineering brethren maybe might be able to answer that question.
I think it's just there and there.
Yeah, it is.
Good evening. You're closing down Washington Avenue at C Street and also at B Street, and also on the west side of Juniper at Washington. So currently we have 9 barriers. We put 3 at the Washington Avenue at C Street and B Street, also on Juniper west of Washington, and then we actually utilize a truck on the east side of Washington on Juniper.
Okay, so using a vehicle, and then you have 3 at each of the other points at the moment.
Correct.
And where are these new ones going to go?
I think the idea is to get the 8 new ones that would then close down C Street at Washington. On both sides of Washington, you have to close down C Street because you're extending it, and also at the location where the truck is currently on Juniper, east of Washington.
And how many in each of those locations? That's 3 locations with 8 barriers. The math doesn't
It's
work.
3, 3, and 2, but I
3,
wasn't
3, and
involved in
2.
that math exercise. But
3, 3, and 2. Okay, that's all the questions I have.
I don't have any more questions. Councilwoman Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. Real fast, what is the new trailer for? What's the purpose of a new trailer, and what is the cost of the new trailer?
So the trailer would be used to haul the additional barricades. And if I remember right, so the barricades are about $9,000 each. So that would put the trailer, I think, at $60,000.
And that's just to move the barriers?
It's to be able to move, get them loaded, move them around to wherever they need to go, city yard, other community events.
Okay. In speaking with many of the business owners down there, particularly Mays had shared with me that on market nights, that's 2 nights a month, she closes early, and she said that she loses approximately $6,000 of income a month due to market nights. The purpose of market nights was to promote our downtown. And I believe stopping just short of Lily Kelly is going to upset some of those retailers on the other side. And I guarantee you, I'll be getting a phone call from Mays wondering why you stopped short of Lily Kelly. So if we're going to do this, I think it needs to be beneficial to all the business owners in that area, and we should expand that from 150 to maybe 250 or 200 feet, just so we make sure that all of our businesses benefit from market nights. In addition, I'm not sure exactly how the city, is the city compensated at all from market nights? Other than a tax benefit, is there a revenue source that comes back to us from market nights to recoup some of our expenses?
The original agreement did have a cost sharing, revenue sharing agreement to it. And so there is the potential for that. I think we're currently reviewing the prior year's reporting period. And unfortunately, I don't have any numbers for you in that regard, but there is a requirement for that in the agreement.
So, I anticipate that listen, the cost of living has increased significantly. And we're feeling the effects here in City Hall. Our city manager, our departments have done a great job by cutting back by 10%. Our city manager has been very creative. And for us to spend $133,917.25, while public safety is a major priority for our residents, I think that there should be a little bit more of a revenue sharing for us to compensate for our expenditures. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Warren.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have a question to ask you. The brick and mortar businesses that are along the frontage of the marketplace and the space in front of their businesses, would they have to pay to open up a booth in front of their stores or for that space during market night, or is that part of them being downtown at no charge?
Yeah, so there's the intent is, and I can't remember I don't recall the exact language, but the merchants have the ability to use their space in front of their stores, and there's no expectation of having to become a vendor and pay for that. So that was why we folded that into the agreement. We know that was a concern of merchants in the original, if you want to call it the startup period. And so we're in this amendment, we're able to negotiate that merchants who provided notice to the operators would be able to have a space in front of their storefront with no charge.
So would that mean that they would have to put up a booth, a table, or whatever, or could they just open their doors and say, come in and do business with me?
I think that's always been an option in the course of the market nights, and if they wanted to have more exposure and be on the sidewalk, they have the ability to do that.
But would that prevent the market night personnel to not put anybody in front of the store if they decided not to put a booth up? Would that space be open, or would they still put a booth up in front of them?
If a business elected not to have a space in front of their storefront, then the market night folks would be able to place a vendor there.
Okay, so they can do it if they want to put a booth out there, but it would seem to me that if they're going to open up their business and if they don't want to put a booth out, but there could be a booth put in front of their store, yet their store could still be open. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman DeForest.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question. The barricades, I know I've seen those at other places and other events. Those would be used where? They would be used maybe the parade, birthday bash, or something. Could you elaborate on where they would be used?
I know the police department has a real interest in them, and also now at the birthday bash that we shut down Kellogg's Road at Kellogg's Sports Park. We had actually rent some additional ones this past year in order, because we did not have enough of them to do a full closure of Kellogg's Road at Jackson and Lincoln. So it actually be utilized every year for that event. And they're also good for portable use for any type of security at any type of event that the police department or fire department may have interest in.
Thank you for that. Mayor, are we doing discussion and questions or just questions?
You're last on this question, so if you want to go right to discussion, that's fine.
Oh, okay. Wow, that was.
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
Oh, yes, yes.
We didn't do public comments yet, sorry.
Okay. I just, one more question. As we all up here want our community to be reached by our fire or police, is that changing our response times for any areas? Is it changing our response time for downtown, blocking off that extra 150 foot?
So, it'll create a different detour, scenario than the first responders might be used to, but they're already having to, address that situation if they get a call. And the last time we had spoken to the police department about that, seconds matter, but they didn't believe that that was a substantial concern.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. One last question. I just want to ask, did we look at alternatives for those barriers? Maybe like a more mobile, or was it just because we had the other ones, we kind of went form fit with the same ones this time around? Did we look at options at all?
So I don't want to speak for Mr. Mailing, but I have to assume that there's some operational advantages to having one system.
The same.
Not having to, learn different deployment requirements for, different types of barriers.
And you touched on it earlier, just to clarify, these would be, because we had to rent them in the past for Cal Oaks on the birthday bash, these extra ones we would be purchasing if this is the direction we went, would be used at many other events throughout the city.
They would be used at all events throughout the city as needed, yes.
Okay, that's all the question I have. I think Mr. Holliday has one more.
Yeah, I'm kind of piggybacking on Councilmember Warren's question about the brick and mortar stores that are there. So in Section C of the amendment, Section 3, Part C, a new subsection C, downtown business priority placement, brick and mortar businesses not disturbed. Companies shall ensure that storefront access to each brick and mortar business located adjacent to the site frontage area remains clear and unimpeded by the event at all times while businesses are open during a scheduled event. That would seem to indicate that if they're going to be open, that space in front of them will be, won't be used by a vendor. But then in Section 2 and 3 of that same subsection, it says that the company coordinator shall notify the eligible business within 5 business days prior to finalizing vendor placement, and the eligible business must confer their intent to occupy the space. So how can it be both kept open if they are open, but then they have to occupy it to keep it open? Those seem to be conflicting paragraphs.
So the idea is that it's a first right of refusal for the vendor, or the merchant, to essentially reserve the space in front of their storefront. And so if a market night vendor, if a merchant doesn't notify market nights that they want to, be open or have the space, reserved, then the market night staff would be free to have one of their vendors in front of the storefront. So the idea was to keep the access clear. That was really the
Sidewalk?
The sidewalk.
That's not clear in there.
Yeah, no, that's appreciate you pointing that out.
Thank you.
I agree with Councilman Warren. If they give notice, they shouldn't have to occupy the space. If they want to keep it open for their own traffic to come in their brick and mortar, that should be an option that they have with notification, my thought.
Mr. Mayor, real fast, just like Maze. It would be unfair if Maze stays open till 9 o'clock at night, and they are right pretty much on the street. And again, you have to remember these small businesses, they have to set up, they have to hire additional employees. I don't think it'd be fair for some of these businesses that are right on the street to have a vendor right in front of their location. So I think that we need to review that.
Before I move back to council, on that thought, and I think where this is going, maybe we could look at an opt-in for not caring if someone's blocking your door. Otherwise, it'd be viewed as don't block the door. Councilwoman DeForest.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that Councilwoman Stone could maybe piggyback on this as well, but in 2020, when we chose these barriers, we went through extensive, I remember looking at the different types, and this was, we chose this, as I remember, I mean, it was a while ago, but we chose it for potential expansion. So it'd be easier to expand. But my understanding was the trailer that we purchased could hold more. But it's a while ago, so.
My understanding is when we bought the original 9 barriers, they can only put 9 barriers on one trailer. So when you
Okay.
buy the additional 8, they come with an additional trailer, so you can actually move them independent of each other instead of having to make 2 trips or load them onto the trailer in the yard. They stay on the trailer when they're in the public works yard, municipal services yard.
Yeah, I just remember them being incredibly expensive, and I remember us talking about trying to find something cheaper, but it really seemed, after looking at them, they even brought it to market night, or they brought it somewhere so we could look at it too. I remember that, and
Remember the units that they were putting water in there as
Yes,
well? So
the-
you did do your due diligence, yes.
that's right, I forgot about
Yeah.
that. Those water-filled barriers that, yeah, okay. So, John, just to try to maybe elaborate
No, yeah,
on, to try to, like,
We're already heading down the road.
rabbit
Pun
hole.
intended.
yes.
No one else? Lori, that was you. Looks like I'm at Connie McConnell. Come on up.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just circle back to the
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem Holliday's comment. So I neglected to let you know that there's a requirement for guidelines to implement the vendor merchant right of first refusal process. So we can work through kind of like those logistics issues with the operator. If you want to provide any direction to staff, then that's great.
I had some remarks all done, but I'm going to answer some questions if I may. First, I want to thank the staff for all the work they've done because I know they've worked on this very hard. And all of you have helped us with the market. For Casey and I, this is a labor of love, and we really appreciate the response we've gotten from the community because they are very appreciative of having the market. Now let's address some of the problems. We already did a walkthrough with the fire marshal. And one of the reasons we're stopping where we are is because we do not want to block Chapel. We do not want to block the shootist or sidelines, and we certainly cannot block the post office. So there was a reason that we had to stop where we did. And the fire marshal agreed that we'd get to a certain point, and they need 150 feet to back a truck up and turn it around, and that would be accommodated in the post office parking lot. And so Doug really helped us decide where we were going to ask to stop it. But we have gone over that with him. And the only thing about C Street, he did say perhaps we could have some soft closings on C Street, which would involve a vehicle, because then it would be easier to get a fire truck through or an emergency vehicle if we needed to, because you cannot move those barriers. So if you had part of it closed and then use a soft close with a vehicle, going this way, fine, and then this way, fine, so that they could come through if they needed to. So we really have tried to address those things. As far as the brick and mortars, take Lux and Love, or Lux and Lounge down there. We always keep a corridor open so that she has a walkway to her store. And when on Thursday nights, she's busy. She's real busy. And if I have anybody cancel so I don't have anything full, I always leave that particular area open. So she's one of the main ones that would be affected. There really is nobody else in that particular section that cares about whether or not we're closing off the street. But we always do leave area open so that people can get to their businesses. The new ice cream shop that's coming in, we already talked to them. We would leave an area open so people could get to the ice cream shop if they chose to be open during market nights. As far as Mays, I was interested in hearing you say what you did, Lori, because we talked to Toby, we talked to all of the businesses down there, and they were in favor of us doing this. And she said she lost business when the markets down there were closed, but that, can I finish answering some questions, or is that okay?
You can finish answering that comment, I guess, and over Casey up.
What?
You can finish, yes.
Okay, so, but she said that the market being open further down does help her. And so we could at least draw people down to the area, but we can't block Chapel, and we can't block Sidelines, and we can't block the Shootist, and so that's why we decided to close there. But she thought that extending the market would be a good idea. So, any other questions I can answer for you? Or I'll let Casey do it?
So, yes, she was a very loud voice of having the extension of market nights, and you and I have had that conversation. Yeah. You know, it's interesting that you talk about the Shootist, and you talk about Chapel Coffee, and you talk about Sidelines, but there are other businesses such as Mays that will be affected by this. And again, she shared with me that she has a loss of $6,000 a month in revenue by not expanding it. At one time, you did expand it down there.
No, that wasn't us. That wasn't part of our, in the very beginning, when we started the Murrieta Market Nights,
the other businesses participated on their own.
They just participated on their own.
Right.
But they didn't have all of the permits or what. Anyway, we had nothing to do with closing that part down.
Right.
But it was closed down for those reasons. We were always under the understanding that we could not go in front of the post office.
And
see, she's on the other side of that.
That may be the case, but again,
Yeah.
I'm just a voice for the businesses as well.
Certainly.
And it's important that my colleagues understand the impacts, the negative impacts versus the positive, even though it is a very positive event. We want, you know, listen, not everyone's going to be happy always. But again, you know, she has a viable business. It's a very unique business. And for me to see one small business owner have to close early because of loss of revenue, that concerns me. And so,
We don't want to see any of them close either.
Real quick. Look,
yeah, go ahead.
we have some language cleanup in that part that was pointed out by Mr. Holliday. And then Connie, we can, the market nights certainly evolved, right? And so we just, you know, revisiting to the vendors and just checking in maybe in a more intentful manner with that discussion. We could probably put that on, yeah. And
We
we'll
could
pay attention.
expand
Yeah.
further, but we didn't think we'd be able to go that far.
No.
And the business on the corner, which is Pure Bliss, that's her daughter who opened that, and they do a whale of a business on market nights. So it's kind of part of that.
It ends right there, right in front of their
right.
store.
All right.
So yes.
All right, so we have some things we need to clean up with the language in there, and just obviously we'll keep an eye on this one and
Okay.
evolve and as it comes.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. New Grandpa Casey Gerardo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, city staff, and the general public attending this meeting. We've attended several markets, not just in the state, but also in other parts of the country. All of them are unique. All of them are evolutionary and progressive based on the city that they're in and the demographics. One of the examples, which was recent, was San Luis Obispo, 40-year-long running market. It's huge. It's set up in front of other businesses. They had their challenges at first. And now it's an integrated market where it helps all the brick and mortars. And this is a progress. This is a progressive thing that happens. Now, Mays closes at 5 o'clock, specific and relative to the brick and mortars. They close at 5. That's their posted timeline. The market starts at 5. I walked up and down the street a good month before this expansion was considered and interviewed every single business. And Mays signed in writing what she was concerned about. We have a survey that she actually signed. And so I think there's a confusion relative to when the market actually was being run by independents on top of our market. I think when that vanished, I think that was the issue. But we have an issue in going too far, and one of the big ones is the post office. You know, the post office stays up until 5, so we can't mess with that. And so in doing this, our goal down there is the market. I mean, we want to establish an economic ecology down there. We want this is social capital that Connie and I have invested a lot of time and effort into. And it's been extremely successful from a community standpoint. And it's been successful in making the city look good. So we intend to keep it going on that level. We intend to have additional events, which we're going to have this Thursday. We're going to have line dancing, and we're going to have the Murrieta Unified School District presenting their artwork at the alleyway. So we're progressive in this, and we know there's going to be issues with brick and mortar. We know that, but we're here to help them and enhance them any way we possibly can, because that is the backbone of who Connie and I are in that downtown area. And so this market is that. This market is going to contribute to every brick and mortar down there. Right now, we can enjoy the quaintness, but it's not always going to be like that. But the quaintness right now is one of the charms and one of the attractions of this market is exactly that. And with that, I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Casey. You know, I don't know how long ago that first conversation, am I done? It really just sounds like to me, you know, you guys have grown extensively, obviously, which is awesome. Maybe a time for another check-in with May and just see how she's doing. If we can accommodate her in any way, I think that's more than fair. So, and I know you would do that, so.
And what we also have, you know, outside of the market, we have 3 nonprofits. That's our social capital contribution to this city is 3 nonprofits. And one of those nonprofits is Main Street Murrieta. And, you know, our goal is to support every business down there and to draw as much business as we can down there. It's struggling in a lot of ways. You know, I own property down there. And it's still not over that hump yet. And it's a real celebratory thing to have that ice cream parlor, a little old ice cream parlor. That's something to cheer about. He really put an effort into that and put a lot of money and time into it. And it's going to be a fantastic contribution as a brick and mortar down there. So any movement at all that we can help support, we're behind it 110%.
Yeah, and you guys, you know, you've been great partners, and you're really good at what you do. So thank you for all your efforts, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? There's got to be 1 or 2.
What's your favorite part about Market Night?
To me, when I walk down that street, for me, it's artistry. It's like a canvas. I see the community, and this community that we have here is outstanding. It's diverse. And that's in age and ethnicity. It's in income earning. It's everything. And the joy that you see in people's faces and the get along. I mean, everyone gets along. It's an amazing thing. This city is amazing, and that market represents what this city is about. So I'm on a high when I'm doing market nights.
Well, thank you very much. Miss Councilwoman DeForest.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have some comments.
If Cindy or Ron, if you have questions for Casey, you can have a seat.
Okay.
Good, sir. Thank you.
I can sit down.
Thank you for being here.
Have a seat.
Yeah, I'll back off.
Back to us for closing comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for keeping us in line. I appreciate you. I just am am so happy. Thank you, Casey, and thank you, Connie, and thank you to our amazing staff who have worked tirelessly on this. And I know that it was exciting to see market nights come to fruition. I have been fortunate to be here from the infancy. So I'm happy to see the partnership that you have established, even with our local school district. It's going to be the art walk. I've had many patients talk about their children's art. There's a trout supposedly that I keep hearing that's going to be absolutely amazing at the art walk. So I just think that this is amazing to go and walk, and our community loves this. So this is something our community really likes, and I appreciate Council Member Stone's comments that it is important that we maintain the integrity of our brick and mortar. Those are a foundation of our downtown. So making sure that those people are, and I agree you can't make everyone happy, but to the most part, to support them and to help them thrive. So it's my goal that Market Night makes everyone thrive, everybody that's there. So I just think this is a great event, and I am so pleased that I have it in my community. I've been to Redlands, I've been to San Luis Obispo, and been to many other market nights, and it just grounds our community. I mean, I see John and every dog that he has there every time I go. Or, you know, I see Cindy with her granddaughter. You know, it's truly makes us connected to our community, and it's nice that our city is a partner with Downtown Market Night. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Councilwoman DeForest. Councilwoman Warren.
Thank you very much. It is definitely an asset to our community. There is no two ways about that. And to those visiting our community, which brings in dollars that we would not have seen probably otherwise. I do want to make sure that we clean up that language, is that the brick and mortars understand that they do have first right of refusal, and they understand the rules in that. I think that is extremely important. We need to keep their doors open as they are part of that community 24/7, 365 days a year. And I think it's important that they have some, you know, input, but also that they know what the rules are and that they understand what they're supposed to do. Also, I think the reporting back to us needs to be done in a timely manner for accountability and for us to look at the books to make sure that everything is above board, which I'm sure it is, but I think we need to have that done at least yearly. And I don't know what schedule that is on and how we do that, but you know, there are costs associated with this. And I think we need to have the fiscal responsibility to make sure that, you know, we're not doing taking care of all the costs, that there is some cost shared. So thank you. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Holliday.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to use my back in the day. I was on the Downtown Merchants Association Committee somewhere around the late 90s, I'm going to guess. I think, and yeah, not as long ago as the gentleman that was here earlier. I think Ann Burrell was on that, and I don't remember who else. There's a few others. Lori Moss was the city manager at the time, or assistant city manager. And the city has always been looking at ways to advance the downtown area. I thank Connie and Casey for spearheading the market nights. I hope that our previous investment, and if this one passes, this investment into those market nights shows that the city supports what you're doing. Because it's no small dollar amount on an annual basis if you read the staff report. I do think the language needs to be cleaned up for the merchants, the brick and mortars. I liked Mayor Lavelle's comment. Instead of, I think it would take a lot of staff time or your individual time with people opting in, opting out, you know, the first right of refusal and stuff. I would suggest what he mentioned to me is maybe just do an opt-in or opt-out saying you can always use it, or no, I want to keep it open. And then if their business is open, have that be the only caveat versus doing it on a regular twice-a-month basis. That would be my personal guidance as far as how to deal with the merchants there and make it a little cleaner. Certainly need to clean up that first paragraph to make sure that mentions that it's a sidewalk to be kept open, because that is a little contradictory. The one thing I do when I walk down market nights is I ask all the vendors, what do you think of this? How does it compare? I'm always asking that question. And every single one of them says Murrieta Market Nights is one of the best they ever see. Of all, and they travel to a lot of places to go to different market nights or market days or weekends or whatever they're going to. They travel all over Southern California to sell their stuff. And so they are the best resource to find out how our market nights is doing. I don't know if everyone here is aware, Temecula tried to copy ours, and because it was so successful, and for whatever reason, they were unsuccessful and had to close it.
I know why.
Because it's in Temecula?
We're at Murrieta.
Exactly. But I think that gives some credit to Connie and Casey as well, that ours is that successful and the vendors think it's one of the best that they've ever been to. So I'm in support of this. I do think we need the brick and mortar to clean that section up just a touch and just kind of make it a permanent thing. If they are open, that space, whether they want a walkway, I assume that's what you guys were talking about when you have an opening is just a walkway, or if they want a full vendor booth because they're going to put a tent out, just work that out ahead of time and just make it permanent for them. That's my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Holliday. Councilwoman Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question with regards to Mays. I know that there were issues with the businesses where the expansion's going to be. And they were shut down. Would you be able to answer as far as, code enforcement? Is there a way that Mays could still participate by putting a canopy and a booth in front of her store? I mean, it's just a few feet away. So at least if she chooses to participate, we're not going to shut her down for that.
Well, so the business is outside the right-of-way area that Market Night is using, and so she's going to be, or that person is going to be subject to our normal encroachment, permit process, and it's not. So the difference between what Market Nights is doing in terms of how they operate and businesses outside of that area is there's a substantial time constraint on how often somebody can do that. So we basically need to amend the code in order to allow that type of an approach. That might be something that could be tied into the downtown specific plan. There could be some, I'll just say like interim approaches we could use until we get the specific plan updated, which we're planning on doing anyway because of, for example, the code enforcement ad hoc changes that need to be made. So I think there's a path. We need to be able to kind of refine that and bring it back to you if that's something you want to do.
So adjacent to her property, when you're facing Mays to the right, there is a semi-vacant little pad there. So it's not in the street, but there were issues with other vendors doing pop-ups that were not participating in market nights. Would the city shut her down if she were to use that little pad and put out a canopy and promote her business?
So the way that assuming she'd be operating the same night as Market Night, she's going to be in violation of the, sorry, I keep saying she, but our temporary use regulations are only good for a limited period of time, and so that doesn't allow somebody to operate year-round.
So you have to understand that this is only approximately 50 feet from her front door. And this little small business is not going to be able to benefit from market nights.
I would say you have the ability to change the code if you want to, try to extend that
She doesn't own that
to other
It's
areas.
it has access to her, so she has a whole backyard full of antiques and stuff. That is the access. There's like a little pad that access her back area. I'm sorry? Correct, yeah. But again,
Lori,
I just
Justin has a-
want you to, as a small business owner, that's really hard to swallow.
I think part of our goal is to make sure whatever rules we have can apply generally. And so the anecdote of a single business kind of helps us see issues, but then we always have to ask ourselves, what if everybody else wanted similar treatment? And so I think what David is saying is we can establish a path forward, but one of the things that Market Nights has done is they've gone through a fairly elaborate process to say, how are we going to control traffic? How are we going to get access to safety? Where are the tents going to go? How big are they going to be? How are they anchored, et cetera, et cetera? What nobody has been able to do is just ad hoc do what they want and put things up. And so individual businesses would have to go through a similar process, given the constraints of the code, to do something like a temporary use permit and determine how often is this going to happen and answer all those similar questions. What is nice about Market Nights is you can do that for a large area, and anyone within that area is now playing within those rules. What's harder is for individual businesses to do that just for themselves. I think it's possible that they could do that in some instances, even if it were to require some code changes. But I just want to be clear that what we're not saying is Market Nights can do it, no one else can do it. What we're saying is Market Nights has checked all the boxes to ensure that this is a publicly safe way to do it, and anybody else who wanted to do something similar would have to do the same. It is just more difficult to do that as one-off businesses, and we wouldn't want to say we're going to make an exception for one, because then when the next business nearby says, I would also like to do my own thing, we just want to make sure that whatever anybody does is safe and kind of goes through the whole process to be compliant. That's why we bring you an MOU and agreement. Those are the rules within which anybody does this. Now, any business now is outside of that agreement, it's outside of the rules, so they're subject to the code instead. And again, David's saying, I think there is a path forward, but you'd probably have to, one, make sure the allowances are there, and two, again, Market Nights is 2 times a month, not 5, not 10. You'd have to address all those specifics in order to get to a yes to permit not just that business, but any one business outside of this area that's already been vetted and kind of approved. Does that make sense?
So she can apply for a temporary use permit, and that would be acceptable?
But there's a limit on it.
It's too many nights.
Yeah, it's not going to have the same time span that Market Nights operates as.
Okay.
She does, she closes at 5. That's her business, posted business hours for her.
But during Market Nights, so what I'm saying, when all the other businesses were doing pop-ups, she financially benefited from that. And as a small business owner, wouldn't we want our small businesses to thrive? And because that was all shut down, that is why she did not expand her hours during those 2 Market Nights. So just so you understand.
Yeah,
I just want to.
Lots of variables in that.
Right. And again, we really want this to be beneficial to all concerned. In addition, I want to talk about the Councilwoman Warren and I are pretty much on the same page when it comes to the financials. We want to make sure that if they're expanding, that the city should be compensated through that expansion as well. However that looks to you, city manager, but for us to spend $133,917, there has to be some additional revenue coming back to offset our expenses.
I believe the agreement calls out how that reconciliation happens and how frequent it should be happening. So there is criteria for that listed already. And I think that's all. I'll just close by saying Casey and Connie, what you guys do every time I'm there, yes, the dogs are absolutely the best part of Market Night. So if you could have more dogs there, that would be great. What would make great barriers is really mean dogs, scary looking dogs. No, but thank you for everything you've done. It certainly is, you talk to people that are not from Murrieta, it's certainly a highlight and a draw, no matter what. That night's full of so many people. And every time I go, I can't believe how much is going on down there. And it's largely because of you two. So thank you for all of your efforts. Please don't stop. Okay? And that's all. At this time, I'd like to call for a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Holliday. I have a motion and a second by Councilwoman DeForest. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 5-0.
Yay. Congrats. At this time, we're going to move on to, thank you, David. Thank you, Bob. Reconsideration. Madam City Clerk.
Any council member who voted on the prevailing side of the original motion may move a reconsideration to consider new information or correct inadvertent errors on a non-public hearing item at the same meeting or the next. At this time, are there any requests from the City Council for reconsideration? Seeing none. Moving on to council member request to add or withdraw items to future agendas, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Now is the time for council member requests to add or withdraw items to future agendas. There will be no discussion on the request. A brief explanation of the request may be given. The merit of the items being requested may not be discussed or debated. Are there any City Council requests?
Lori Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. While I'm very excited about AB 2307, I believe that we'll have a solution to a little bit of the traffic congestion. But I want to bring back again to talk about traffic congestion again.
Just to talk about how much we don't like it. What do you want to talk about?
I'm going to talk about, again, the synchronization within our city and the debacle of our traffic congestion.
Can I get a second for a debacle? Sure, I will second that, yes. Yeah, I'll be absent. No. Moving on to public comments and non-agenda items. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments for non-agenda items?
Yes, we do. We have Casson Klein. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I want to begin by acknowledging the city's difficult predicament regarding this property. And I want to thank Mayor Lavelle, Mayor Pro Tem Holliday, and Councilmember Stone for taking the time to meet with us. We also appreciate Justin and Scott for their diligence in exploring potential solutions. The context: Frank and Heidi Artiga purchased a rural residential property to construct their dream home. This single-family residence, a by right ministerial process. The city has proposed off-site mitigation beyond the property frontage as a condition for issuing his permits, such as a building permit or certificate of occupancy. Traditionally, such conditions are reserved for discretionary approvals, such as a partial map. Under established law, any required mitigation must meet two strict standards: essential nexus, a clear connection between the project's impact and the required mitigation, and rough proportionality. The mitigation must be proportional to the extent of the impact. The current off-site requirements are cost prohibitive. For the Artigas, no alternative effectively means no project. The no project scenario creates its own liabilities. It leaves the site in a hazardous state resulting from the unfulfilled conditions of parcel map 31018 and the three existing occupied residences. When compared, the proposed Artiga project is environmentally superior to leaving these conditions unaddressed. In an attempt to find a win-win, staff has suggested a fair share agreement with the property owner across the street who is currently processing a tentative parcel map number 38747. However, tentative parcel map is a discretionary act. Tying a ministerial by right permit to a separate discretionary approval is, in essence, a regulatory take. Given the conditions of parcel map 31018 went unfulfilled for three previous permits, we have heard the sentiment that, quote, two wrongs don't make a right, end quote. We agree. Demanding the last guy to make up for decades of administrative failure is not a correction, it is an inequity. With the city now fully aware of these existing conditions, it would be a secondary failure to not fulfill the municipal obligation to rectify them. Our proposed resolution. The reasonable, equitable, and ethical solution is to allow the Artigas or their successors to obtain their permits with a condition to construct mitigation limited to their specific property frontage. I hope you will take this into consideration when you go into closed session to discuss these things. And as a longtime resident and former planning commissioner that approved that parcel map, I hope you choose wisely. Thank you.
That concludes public comments.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, would you do an announcement of our closed session items?
Sir, the City Council will meet on 2 items. CS1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. The City Council will conduct a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 because there is significant exposure to litigation in 2 cases. CS2, conference with labor negotiators. The City Council will conduct a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 with the City Manager, Assistant City Manager, Deputy City Manager, City Attorney, and the city's negotiators regarding labor negotiations with the Murrieta Police Officers Association, Murrieta Police Management Association, Murrieta Firefighters Association, and Murrieta Fire Management Association, and management, professional, and confidential.
Thank you. At this time, we are recessing to closed session. We will be back. Thank you. Shh. I'd like to call the order. We are back from closed session. Madam City Attorney, could you please provide a report of closed session?
Yes, Mayor. The City Council met in closed session on 3 items. All council members were in attendance for all 3 items. The first 2 were to discuss 2 cases of significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. In both items, the council were updated, asked questions, the questions were answered, and the council gave direction to staff. There's no reportable action. The third item was to confer with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Again, the council was updated and provided direction to staff. Their questions were answered. No reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we adjourn tonight, just want to say we're going to adjourn with Ms. Lori Stone taking the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had a longtime resident of Murrieta that passed away this weekend, Linda Wunderlich. Wunderlich is a highly accomplished and dedicated individual with over 22 years of experience at the Valley Business Journal, where she served as the owner, publisher, and CEO. During her tenure, she established the publication as a leading source of news and information for residents of the Temecula and Murrieta area, reaching an impressive readership of over 60,000 individuals. Linda moved to Murrieta in 1989, where she raised her 2 children, Tara and Dane. Linda's commitment to community is evident in her extensive involvement in various boards and committees. A Rotarian for 22 years, a former board member of the Canine Support Teams, a founding member of the Women's Peer Connection, and a past member of the Economic Development Coalition Marketing Committee. Linda's contributions to the community have been recognized with numerous awards, including the 28th Senatorial District 2018 Small Business of the Year and 2017 President's Lifetime Achievement Award by the Corporation of National and Community Services, CNCS. She was also named the State of California winner for the Journalist of the Year by the U.S. Small Business Administration. Highlighting her exceptional storytelling skills and journal integrity, Linda has received multiple accolades for her business acumen, including the City of Temecula Special Achievement Award and Murrieta Wildomar Valley Chamber of Commerce Business of the Year 2000, 2003, 2007, and 2013. In addition, she was the recipient of the Economic Development Coalition Partner of Southwest California Award. Linda is a role model in the business community with her unwavering commitment to excellence, philanthropic and community involvement, to drive to support local businesses and nonprofits has had an immeasurable impact on our city and our region. So to the family of Linda Wunderlich, may the wonderful memories of your mother bring smiles to your hearts for a lifetime. Rest in peace, Linda. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
This meeting is adjourned.